the one pair first rule. Be ready when it is your turn to bowl. This will prevent slow play. Spectators, cross the target is not allowed during tournament competition. And again, only the athletes are to be in the 16 area. As soon as scores are verified, I will announce the top 3 amateurs who will compete tonight at 7:30 to see who will be the next U.S. Amateur champion. Now let's give these athletes a great big round of applause as they begin their final round of tournament competition. Bowlers, when your arrows come up, you may begin your turn of play. Good luck, gentlemen.
Welcome back to Bowl TV for the 5th and final round of men's qualifying at the Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. We are at Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center in Henderson, Nevada, just outside Las Vegas. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, and welcome back. We had a phenomenal finish to the women's final round of qualifying. We'll go through the dramatics there, but as it turned out, Erin McCarthy did enough in the final game to maintain her spot in the overall standings for the day, and got ahead of Shannon O'Keefe to win the 2017 Team USA Trials and earn a spot in the World Cup later this year in Hermosillo, Mexico. Get you those details and more in a bit. Right now, game 1 of 6 for the men, bowling down the 39-foot World Bowling Sole condition. As I mentioned, you can take a look at the graph for Sole at bowl.com/Team USA Trials on the 2017 results page. But 39 feet in length, 25.1 mils, and we're using the Kegel Curve oil across these 72 lanes. Jacob Butruff is leading on the men's side, and he can lock up a win here at Team Trials if he finishes 13th or better. Anything less than that, he will put that title up to chance. Matt Russo, the next closest competitor. Matt's joined us here in the booth a few times, including during the last game of the women's block today, that exciting finish. So for Russo, if he were to win the final day, he would force Jacob to secure a top 13 finish. But we'll get to see that all play out here a little bit later. Game 6, they'll all be here, the top 10. There are a few pairs to our right now. Looks like the first pairing is going to be Butruff, Matt Russo, Stephen Badavinik, AJ Johnson, and Marshall Kent as the top 5. Our other feature pair will include AJ Chapman, Andrew Kane, Nick Crummell, Cortez Schenk, and Nick Pate. So we'll keep you up to date as we get more information on them. Right now, let's focus on lanes 53 through 56 here at Sunset Station. 53 to the left, we have Willie Jones, Sean Brown. Sean getting ready to step up far left of your screen. Mark Hugelmayer and Nathan Hansen. Over on 55 and 56 to your right, Russ Oviatt, William Goodman, Zach Hattori, Colin Smith, and Logan Williams. If you watched the women's block earlier today, there was, or you got to see that the players moved a little differently than they have the rest of the week. So they will actually all stay on the same pair throughout. Well, they won't stay on the same pair, but they'll stay with the same group of 5 or 4 in this case. We move across the center with the top 10 coming to 53 through 56 for Game 6. We mentioned those 10 players. Those are the top 10 in the overall standings. Over the course of 4 days, and Jacob Butruff has accumulated 45 points. Matt Russo, 58. Stephen Badavinik, 63. A.J. Johnson, 73. Marshall Kent, 75. A.J. Chapman, 76. Andrew Kane, 83. Nick Krummel, 85. Cortez Schenk, 96. And Nick Pate, 107 points. So if this is your first time joining this week, or you're new to the Team USA Trials format, these bowlers have already competed for 4 days on 4 different world bowling patterns, each day a 6-game block, and it's almost like each day is its own individual tournament. You want to finish as high as possible, obviously. That's the case with pretty much every tournament you go to. But you need to be consistent across the course of the whole 5 days to have a shot at an automatic spot and the win. So as you mentioned, Jacob Butruff, he had 30 points after the first 3 rounds. He finished 9th the first day, 3rd the second day, and 18th the 3rd day. That's how we got to 30. And finished 15th yesterday for 45 points. So wherever you finish in the standings, if you finish 2nd, you get 2 points. If you finish 35th, you get 35 points. And that number just adds up. You want to be as low as possible. By the time we're all said and done here, the top 4 spots, regardless of classification, earn spots on Team USA for 2017. The top 3 amateurs will advance to the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Final, taking place tonight, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bowl TV. The top 3 amateurs coming into today's standings: Matt Russo with 58, Stephen Badavinik with 63 points, and A.J. Chapman, who made these stepladders last year as well, looking to do it one more time with 76 points. First player out of the U.S. Amateur at the moment, Cortez Schenk. Taking a look at the youth standings, Russo still qualifies as a youth. He's leading by a sizable margin, looking good to make Junior Team USA once again. Cortez Schenk also in the top 4 at the moment, followed by Brandon Biondo and Jacob Kirsten. Although Jacob is closely followed by Andrew Hall, Gregory Young, and Kenny McFalls and Brian Burgett, all within striking distance. So definitely a lot going on here. It's going to be a lot of calculations towards the end, a lot of guesswork when we get to games 5, game 6. As we see the standings, and just you never know what's going to happen. We saw Kelly Kulik with the big final game on the women's side really put a wrench into the whole calculating the winner out right there thing. She ended up nearly passing enough people that final game to get the win, but didn't quite get there. So if you're checking out the standings and just want some clarification for the different divisions this week, there's a total of 4 of them. There's a Pro, Am, there's a Y, and a JR. So the Pro obviously stands for professional. Those folks can only qualify for the adult Team USA. They have an AM next to their name that stands for amateur. It means they are too old for the junior gold or the junior Team USA. They've aged out of that, but not a professional. They can also qualify for the U.S. Amateur Championships. Y stands for youth, meaning the player is still eligible for Junior Team USA. They can also make the adult team and the U.S. Amateur. And finally, JR stands for Junior Gold, meaning that player has already earned a spot on Junior Team USA for 2017 through their performance at the Junior Gold Championships in 16 in Indianapolis, but they can still make the adult team as well as win the U.S. Amateur. At the end of the day, we will know our 12 members for both the men's, women's, boys and girls, Team USA and Junior Team USA. Those spots determined for the adult team, the top 4 in the overall standings. Once again, regardless of pro, amateur, youth, whatever it may be, the top 4 will make the adult team. A minimum of 2 selections will come from the National Selection Committee. A maximum of 5 resumes will be selected based off of players who have previously been on Team USA or Junior Team USA in the past 10 years. For the guys, also considered if they finish in the top 25 in earnings, the 2016 PBA Tour season. For the girls, top 25 in points this past year on the PWBA Tour. The final spot on the adult team will come from the U.S. Amateur Step Ladder Finals. The winner is guaranteed a spot on Team USA if they haven't done so already. If the winner has already earned a spot on the adult team, we will go back to the overall rankings. For the juniors, similar fashion, the top 4 will automatically earn a spot on Junior Team USA, and 2 selections courtesy of the National Selection Committee. As we mentioned with the junior in the standings sheet, 6 players on both the men's and women's side already have earned spots for Junior Team USA in 2017 through the Junior Gold Championships. So there's everything. Hope it all made sense. You can always visit bowl.com/Team USA Trials for more information. Hitting the halfway point here of game number 1. Got a few people striking on our feature pairs and around us as well. Some solid collegiate representation on 55 and 56. Colin Smith taking the hit when you can get it. Him and Billy Goodman, part of the McKendree program. The defending intercollegiate team championships winners here. Russ Oviatt over at Arizona State. I believe Logan Williams is at Iowa Central Community College. Sakatori spent some time at Marion. Also past junior Team USA member, made a run here last year. Sean Brown connects for the strike in frame number 8. Nate Hansen looking for 4 in a row. Off to a nice start as well. Be sure to follow us on Facebook at the Sport of Bowling USBC. Jason Thomas, busy man this week, and getting a lot of great video content. Including after we had our announcement of the winners of the women's division. Caught that moment. Obviously, we had the live stream here, and everyone's still kind of huddled around, so cool moment. Aaron McCarthy realized it was it's her name that was going to be mentioned as the champion. So be sure to check that out. It's also on Twitter at USBC. Question in the chat from Cynthia. Yes, there are some teenagers. There are folks over 50 bowling. There's the full spectrum: professionals, amateurs, high schoolers, collegiate players. So this is to represent the United States. So the only eligibility rules are that all participants must be USBC members in good standing, and that participants must be U.S. citizens and eligible to compete on Team USA in accordance with Olympic Charter Rule 41 concerning the nationality of competitors. for the junior team, to qualify for that, you must be 20 or younger as of January 1st of this year. Getting out of the gates strong, definitely key if you're in the running. We got to see Rebecca Gotterbarn of Garden City, New York, do just that here on Bull TV, connecting on 12 strikes for a 300 game. The third on the women's side of the week. Rebecca is actually out of the number for the youth team as Colin Smith sending messengers. Right there in the 8th frame. You can check out the 10th frame of that. Once again, Sport of Bowling USBC at USBC on Facebook or on Twitter as well. So but Rebecca was the first player out on the automatic side for youth players. Took all doubt out of it. Had a nice finish and punched her ticket to Junior Team USA, along with Brianna Clemmer, Stephanie Schwartz, and Stephanie Zavala. Zavala also will be part of the U.S. Amateur later today. She will take on Sydney Brummett in the semifinal, with the winner going on to face Julia Bond. Julia Bond, the final player to earn an automatic berth on Team USA for the women's side. As we mentioned, Erin McCarthy captured the win, defeating, or shouldn't say defeating, but getting past Shannon O'Keefe and holding off Kelly Kulik in the final game. Julia Bond had a big final game to finish second on the day overall and make the adult team for the first time. Shan Pluchowski led all bowlers overall in the day's morning squad. She'll have to wait and see if she makes the team for the 17th consecutive year, since she did not finish in the top 4. .210 for Willie Jones. He's going to lead the way on 53 and 54. Mark Hugelmeyer, 198. Sean Brown can get to 197. And Nate Hansen with a strike can get to 200 even. Nice shot there by Nate to wrap things up, even after 1. Logan gets that ball to make it back from way downtown for 5 in a row, bouncing back after a few early opens. Jacob Kirsten, who we mentioned holding on to that final spot, or final guaranteed spot on the youth side coming into today. Just shot 258, a few pairs to our right. Kenan McFalls is going to be in the 230s. That's going to be a, wow, I just noticed that. We mentioned Jacob had 4 players fairly close to him in the standings on the youth side, and they're actually all in a row and all on the same pair. So Kirsten, Andrew Hall, Greg Young Jr., Kenan McFalls, and Brian Burgett all bowling together. So they will have a have a good old time when it gets down to Game 6. They won't be too far away from us. Some maintenance being taken care of on 56. Hopefully that will be back up in just a second. There we go. We got some lights. Big thanks to the good folks here at Sunset Station for all their help throughout the week. Also, big thanks to Logo Infusion and Hager Clothing. You can see them up on the masking units there. Both proud partners here in supporting the Team USA and Junior Team USA programs. Logo Infusion is the official uniform sponsor of Team USA and Junior Team USA. And Hager provides the pants for Team USA. Looks like we're ready to start on 53 and 54 for Game 2. Nick Cross, Avery Wolf, Nick Archaki, and Brett Berentis will be our 4. Question in the chat. Yes, they do add up the score of each game. There's 6 games total in this round. And players earn points based off of their finish in the standings. So if a player finishes first, they would receive 1 point. They finish second, 2 points, and so on and so forth. And the goal at the end of the week, there's been 5 of these rounds, is to have the lowest total possible. So it's more about being consistent day in and day out than having one big day and then struggling the others. That's why Jacob Butruff is at the top of the men's standings. He's been incredibly consistent for his 4 rounds so far, averaging 228 for 24 games. His 6-game blocks, 1359, 1387, 1369, and 1359. So that is what you want, and that's why he's in great position to win this title, earn his first spot on Team USA, and make his way to the World Cup later this year. Logan Williams finishes with 226. Going to be high on the pair. Zach Kattori can wrap things up for game 1. He can finish with 207. We'll knock out a few questions in the chat real quick. Aaron McCarthy, Shannon O'Keefe, Kelly Kulik, and Julia Bond earned automatic spots on Team USA. Aaron McCarthy is our Team Trials champion. Stephanie Zalava, Stephanie Schwartz, Brianna Clemmer, and Rebecca Gotterbarn earned automatic spots on Junior Team USA. And Zavala will take on Sydney Brummett in the opening match of the stepladder finals, with the winner going on to face Julia Bond for the U.S. Amateur title. So that's all the information we know so far. The rest of the spots up to the National Selection Committee. We mentioned Stephanie, her brother Julian Zavala joining us on 55 and 56. Starting off with a strike. He's joined by Craig Yamada, going to be up on the right lane in a moment. Joshua Taylor has the 3-6 to shoot at. Jonathan Bowman and Gunther Grindy. For Tristan in the chat, the last time Missy Parkin was on Team USA was 2016. She's a 7-time member of Team USA. You can see the entire team as well as profiles from last year by visiting bowl.com/Team USA. This is the final round of men's qualifying at the 2017 USBC Team USA Trials and US Amateur. I'm Aaron Smith, and we're at Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center. 72 lanes across. We're behind lanes 53 through 56. This is a game number 2. Nick was unable to get the 7 pin to fall out there, but had a pretty memorable summer. Had a great performance at the 2016 Junior Gold Championships in Indianapolis. Made the finals in the under 15 division. Ended up finishing runner-up to Solomon Salama. Our Chalky put together a great performance in that 2-game final, which came down to the final frame. It was broadcast on CBS Sports Network. We're going to be doing that again in 2017, along with the ITCs, ISCs, and the PWBA Tour. So a lot to look forward to once again in 2017, that summer, or this upcoming summer, I guess. It's going to be a good one. Great shot by Jonathan Bowman for the early double. question in the chat about junior gold. As far as the patterns, looking in the official rules for lane maintenance, rule number 22 in the competitor's guide for junior gold. The tournament will not disclose any of the pattern information until after the entire event has concluded. So there is the answer straight from the rule book. Hopefully that helps out. Jonathan Bowman looking solid here through 4. Playing the lanes a little bit more direct. Generally something in the 39-foot range. 38, 39, 40 tends to allow for multiple angles to attack the pattern. Which also could cause some interesting transition as well, depending on surface of the equipment being used, rev rates, where they're playing. So all part of the game here. Switching lanes every game. Nice shot there by Josh. Who's going a little more left to right. But all part of the big equation here, and reason why you get rewarded for having consistently good performances out here is figuring out that challenge time and time again. As soon as we do have an update through game number 1, we'll let you know. Nice shot by Gunther, 3 in a row. Craig tripping 2s. Right-hander's best friend. Making it a double. We'll see if Bowman can keep it going to the far right of your screen. So we hit the halfway point here in game 2 of 6 at the 2017 USBC Team USA Trials and US Amateur. This is it, the final men's qualifying round. We'll have a brief break at the conclusion of this round, and then it's time for U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals. So, full day here on Bowl TV. We hope you can stick around for all of it. Realize it's a little late on the East Coast. But if you do happen to miss it, we certainly hope you come back and check out the archive here on Bowl TV. Should update about half hour after we finish. And then it'll be there forever, or at least as long as YouTube exists. All right, folks, we have an update after one. Chris Vi leading the way with 278. Tiger Miller in second, 267. Briley Howe, 259. And I think a few folks were asking about him. Then we have a few folks at 258. Jacob Kirsten, who we mentioned. Nick Archaki on our feature pair, looking to make a comeback here. Hands on his head, but he'll take the strike. And Steve Smith also at 258. But right now, I'd like to introduce a special guest here to Bowl TV, the winner of the core Team USA media package, Mr. Mike Honeycutt. Mike, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Doing excellent. Mike got the opportunity to fly in yesterday and has gotten to really get the behind-the-scenes look at just everything Team USA Trials. And Mike, I know you missed out on the guys' block yesterday, but got to see the girls bowl for a little bit, and of course the exciting finish today. Just what's it been like for you so far?
It's been so much fun, and then watching some of these. This is the first chance I've gotten to see the men, but the women yesterday and today, to watch them bowl, it's amazing, the youth and how young they are and how good they are, how so young, I see a lot of names. My daughter bowls junior gold, and so I see a lot of familiar names, and so it's kind of nice to see, put the faces with the names that I've seen at the top of the leaderboards in the past couple of years to now.
Yeah, we definitely got a great collection of players here from high school through the collegiate ranks, and then top amateurs, and of course some PBA and PWBA superstars. Was there anyone you were super excited to see out here in the field this week? Or
I was really excited to watch Kelly bowl live. I like watching her on TV. She's been out to Colorado a couple of times to our state board meetings to give speeches, and to watch her live was really fun for me. She's a super nice person. Always has some good quotes when she comes and sees us. But to watch her live, she's smoother live than she is on TV.
She is certainly something else, and I can definitely attest to the Kelly definitely has some good one-liners saved up from time to time, and always putting on a show too. There's a few opportunities, but more behind-the-scenes stuff, kind of like what you're getting to experience this week, where we've seen her like in between commercial breaks on TV shows and stuff, and just playing it up with the crowd and having a good time, and just just a very awesome person in general, and of course one of the best ever on the lanes.
When she was here, I think it was Game 6, and she may have been down there, but everybody was clapping for the person that was next to her. Can't remember who was bowling on the right, but she was bowling on the left, and she threw a strike, and it was pretty quiet, and she's waves at the crowd and says thank you, kind of jokingly. So that was pretty funny. I stand there with Jason, and it was funny because it seems like she's always doing something, even on TV, funny like that.
That she does, and today, that final game, we got to see her strike a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Made a late run for the Team USA Trials champion. We did a little math afterwards. Even if she would have carried that 10-pin, still would have been a few points short of Erin McCarthy, but definitely added to the drama here at the end, and that's all we can ask for, and we'll get to see that in a few games here on the men's side as well. Get to see if Jacob Butruff can hold on to that lead, or if Matt Russo or anyone else can put together a big run and put the pressure on.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. Like I said, I enjoyed watching Kelly, but that was interesting to watch her struggle for virtually 4 games and then really come back and get over and then throw a big one to get right in there the last game.
Certainly a never surprised when Kelly does that too.
Right.
That's we were actually had Matt Russo on, who's was in second place coming into today, and I think I called it about the 3rd frame or the 4th frame. It's like just feels like one of those moments where Kelly's gonna just dig deep and find a way to shoot 260, and she almost did it. And like, I've gotten so used to seeing that over the years, that's just what happens with Kelly.
Right.
All right, we're being joined by Mike Honeycutt, the winner of the core Team USA media package. Now, Mike, you got to follow around Jason Thomas quite a bit, and Jason gets more miles in than anyone on these tournaments, especially when we're in a big center like this at Sunset Station. Just what's been the best part about that so far, just kind of getting to see that interaction that he has with the players and just being that close to the action too?
It was really interesting. Some of the players, depending on where they're at in a certain game, would come talk to him, and sometimes they wouldn't, depending, I'm going to guess if they're bowling well or what they're thinking about at the time. And he kind of mentioned that sometimes they'll come talk to him, and sometimes they won't. The most exciting thing for me was watching Rebecca this morning shoot 300 at something like this, and the first one in the 10th, just every one of them was good, but the first one in the 10th was just 10. I mean, literally 10 back. There was no doubt, and so that was really exciting. I joked with Jason in the room afterwards. I wasn't sure who wanted her to shoot 300 more, her or me, just so I could experience it. And I'm sure she probably wanted it more, but for me, that was really neat to see.
That ended up being a big catapult for her. She's actually outside the top 4 for the automatic spots for the junior team, and she bowled her way onto the junior team with that performance, the big finish. But yeah, that's she made a big. I wouldn't know because she was making the shots, I wasn't, but she actually went Brooklyn in the 8th frame. So having to step up on that lane once again and either A, trust that you made a bad shot, or B, make the right adjustment. And whoever it was, like you said, just an absolutely perfect shot. Couldn't have asked for anything better than what she did to kind of probably made it a little bit easier for those last 2 shots, knowing, all right, the last one, that's long gone, made the good shot here. 10 back, no doubt.
Right. Watching Julia Bond, too, those first 2 games she put together was pretty incredible, and just watching her game overall. It's one of the names that I've seen at Junior Gold, and I've never been able to watch her bowl, but watching her bowl this morning was impressive.
Yeah, Julia ended up making the adult team for the first time. She qualified, and she's also going to be the top seed in our U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals on the women's side coming up later tonight. And yeah, for anyone who didn't get the chance to see Julia, just a lot of power in a tiny package there.
Yeah,
she's a small girl, but she strikes a lot.
Yeah.
So that's a testament to some great coaching as well. Product of the University of Nebraska, Bill Straub. Plenty of big names coming out of that program over the years, and Julia certainly among the top. So it looks like we got some new competitors here for game number 3. We've caught all 4s so far on 53 and 54, so it's gone pretty quick for them. Sergio Torres, Chase Kaufman, Thomas Peters, and Andrew Canuli. Jonathan Bowman finishing up a big game after watching Craig Yamada finish with 253. Jonathan can get to 245 with 2 more strikes. Now, Mike, as a bowling super fan here and as a member of the Corps, just tell us a little bit about your bowling history, your bowling background, what kind of drew you to the sport, and what's made it a big part of your life here.
Well, when I was growing up, my grandparents got me into youth bowling back in Wichita, Kansas, and I bowled till I was probably 17 years old. I was 156 average when I quit bowling. I was working and trying to, finish high school and go to college and then work at the same time. So at that time, being in Wichita, Kansas at 156, I was at the low end of the spectrum of 156 in that town,
Mm-hmm.
And I actually threw a conventional grip bowling ball all the way. Even when I started bowling again as an adult, I was almost 21, and finally a gentleman that asked me to get back into bowling gave me a bowling ball that was fingertip. It was the first time I'd ever thrown a fingertip bowling ball, and when I got back into it is when I always enjoyed bowling when I was a kid, but I really fell in love with this sport when when I started again, and then I took a second job at a bowling alley, worked there for a while, and actually shot my first 300 when I was 25. So about 4 years after I got back into it, and once I shot my first 300, that's all I ever wanted to do. And so now I have kids that bowl. As I mentioned, our daughter we've been to junior gold the last 2 years, and I'm a bronze level coach. So I coach back home in Grand Junction, Colorado, and it's a lot of fun. I love watching. I coach a few of the kids personally, outside of our youth program, and to watch them grow has helped me, to go to these bronze classes and these other classes and get more information from USBC Academy, and has really progressed my game a lot. And I just shot my first 800 last Friday night.
How about that? Congratulations.
Thank you.
You get that, then you get this core trip, and things coming up, Mike.
It was a big week. I shot 800 Friday night, and then I got the phone call Thursday that I want to trip out here. I was actually supposed to be in Denver this weekend for state board meetings, and when I got the call, I called the gentleman that I was supposed to ride with. I said, well, Norm, not going to be able to make it to Denver this weekend. And but they were excited for me. And like I said, it's been a lot of fun, and I think you can learn a lot about, or at least I feel like I can always learn a lot about my game when I watch different bowlers, and to see this many people bowling and different styles, it kind of gives you a perspective on things, and hopefully I can take some of this back home and talk to the kids about it. This has been a really neat, just in the 2 days, this is a really neat event. And I actually called my wife after lunch today, and I was like, man, I'd love to bowl this thing sometime, just to say I bowled Team USA Trials.
For sure.
Just for the experience.
Yeah, that it's definitely a great atmosphere, a challenge as well, and I think one of the cool things, and that's it's part of the fairness, is you get a new cross each day essentially. Today is kind of more planned out because having everyone together in almost like a big position round, but yeah, getting the opportunity for a lot of the folks. You never know who you might end up getting across with, a Marshall Kent, a Chris Barnes. So that's always a learning experience in itself. I mean, you see what they do on the lanes, and you can just just sit back and say wow. But I think you learn so much more just a few feet away from the approach, sitting back here. Just the preparation, just the small nuances that they do to prepare to do what they do, really goes a long way, and definitely is fun to watch as well.
Yeah, it was interesting. We were down there during practice, and Shannon was down there putting surface on her bowling ball, and she was just kind of talking to herself about it, and after a couple of practice shots, and so there's a lot more that goes into it than just sanding a bowling ball and throwing it down a lane. There's a lot of thought process into it, and I'm not super educated on all of that, but just to witness that and see what they do, and watching. I've seen a couple of the Storm reps, and watching them interact with the players.
Speaking of players, we got a few new ones on 55 and 56. Let's introduce Luke Bowe, Michael Duran, Tyler Kurz, Jordan Nunn, and Tiger Miller. Tiger went 267 in the opener, followed it up with 220, so plus 87 after two. Looking pretty good. I don't know if we got any other big scores by us at the moment here in the early going. A few small pluses, but looks like Tiger is about the biggest score we have in our vicinity at the moment. Thomas Peters, a member of Junior Team USA in 2016, at plus 54. Sergio Torres, plus 38. So we got a few guys figuring out this 39-foot sole pattern here in the early going.
I was watching Brandon Knowles. He's a youth from Colorado. He bowls in Denver, and so him and another youth, Donovan Thomas, I seen them, and I know them from being on the youth state board back home. So it was it's kind of neat to see them, and you just don't expect to see a whole lot of people that on a trip like this.
Yep, Brandon. We caught Brandon in Game 6 yesterday of the men's block, and he was getting a little bit of airtime. Getting pretty far left, but was making it work. That was him. Another youngster, except out of the Northeast, Hunter Kempton. Really, not afraid to just skip like the first 15-20 feet of the lane. So they were. All right, we're in Game 3 of 6. I am Aaron Smith, and we're joined by Mike Honeycutt. Just joined the Corps and won the trip out here to experience Team USA Trials. Now, is there anything particular you're hoping to get out of? Winning the trip probably an added bonus and an incentive to join as well. But just what did you see in the Corps that kind of made you say, "Hey, this is a product I'm intrigued in, like to learn more, like to get involved"?
I enjoy watching bowling on TV. When we lived in Wichita, we've seen a few live events. We actually went and watched Tom Smallwood win the World Championship in 2009.
That's awesome.
That was neat. So I just enjoy it. Like I said, when I started bowling again as an adult, I really fell in love with the sport, and so I try to get as much access to it as I can. And when they first came out with it, we had just paid for everything in Cleveland, so it was a little bit. I told my wife we'd wait, and then I got an email about the discounted price the week after Christmas, and so I just went ahead and did it. A week later, I won a trip to Vegas.
How about that? There you go. Well, we certainly appreciate you joining, and of course, join us out here in Las Vegas. And of course, if you want to learn a little bit more about the Corps, bowl.com/the Corps. All the information you need about that great product. And did you get a chance to see any of the content coming out of this tournament this week before you got out here? Or
I watched a couple of the videos. Didn't dig super deep into it, and I just got my box on Friday. So I got that and opened that Friday, which is a really cool deal. The terry cloth towel and the medallion, and I'm pretty excited about getting on there, and because I haven't done anything with the perpetual plaque yet. So I think that's a really cool idea. Something different, with I get my last ring, my 800 ring.
That's true. That's coming up next. Always an exciting moment. Getting that ring and the 800. What was the what were the games? What was the final total of the 800?
It was 801. I shot 267 the first game. The second game I went the front 9 and left a split and missed it. Baby split and missed it. So I shot 266 the second game, and I shot 268 the third game. And we lost the third game by 2 pins.
Uh-oh.
And I needed the first one in the 10th. I knew I needed the first one in the 10th in good count. And I threw the first one in the 10th, and so I got up there, and I really never looked at the score. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to get 9. So I made sure I got 9. I left a 10 pin. And then I missed the 10 pin, so I'm a little disappointed in that, but I was just glad that I could stay upright at that point. And then I looked up and saw that we lost by 2 pins.
But still, that's still an awesome moment. Of course, the pressure of throwing that one in the 10th, and then needing the good count too. That's It's always a daunting task, especially if you hadn't been there before. That's definitely got to tighten up the arm swing a bit, but
it felt like it. It's the first time I've ever been that close, that deep. Usually 7th or 8th frame. Last year I had a couple looks at it, and I left an 8-pin once and a 9-pin once, and about 7th or 8th frame, and it was definitely an exciting moment, though.
All right, we're getting going here. Game number 3, Tiger Miller at plus 87. He's been off to a solid start so far. Gets his first strike here in game 3. Now, what did you see? I know you were out there during practice a little bit for the guys. Were you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I realized for a second there, like, I wasn't sure if he was out there. I knew I saw you earlier for the women, but any common themes you saw out there with this 39-foot pattern, as far as maybe ball choices or surface or just part of the lanes folks are playing? Or
you know, it's interesting to see that there's so many different ways that people are attacking it, even right and left-handed. It looks like, and I think you talked about this earlier before they started, but the left-handers are mainly using urethane. But I've even seen a couple of right-handers, I mean, just further right than I'd ever want to be on any pattern. So, and then you see some of these guys like, you know, Tiger Miller, you know, they're playing the middle part of the lane, and then, you know, there's a couple guys that were down there that are just hooking the whole lane. So,
yeah,
watching people attack it different is kind of interesting. I'm not sure if there's a right or a wrong way to go about it. I'm going to guess it just depends on what matches up to what ball and what style.
Looked like Sergio was using urethane. They're playing a little bit probably further left than most folks, at least on the right side, get with urethane. Trying to keep a pretty tight line, and Messenger almost got up there and knocked out the 10. Sergio plus 38 so far, but yeah, 30, 38, 39 feet always seems to create a plethora of angles, and that's always kind of the tricky part. Maybe that's why they picked it for the last day too, is just allows for so many angles of attack. Conversely, though, obviously with that, all of a sudden people are playing different parts. Transition is going to be different, and all that excitement. Short patterns, you're usually further to the gutter. Longer, you're usually further left, further right side at least. But yeah, 38, 39 feet, and we're on 39 feet right now. Is pick your poison, if you will.
Yeah, I think hopefully nobody tricks themselves into not moving. Would be my worry is, that like you said, the transition and the carry down. With people playing so many different angles, it's probably a little easier to read on something that most everybody's playing the same angles.
Looks like we'll have a brief delay in the action over on lane at 55. We'll get another look at Sergio here. Looks like he's going to be a little left of second arrow. Getting it to come back from there, too.
It's amazing what some of these youth can do, these younger kids can do with lower-end bowling balls.
That is true. Urethane making a big comeback here as of late. Most of the companies having an option or two. And definitely for a lot of folks especially for an event like this. You look at want to make Team USA, Junior Team USA. There's a lot of limits on balls when you get to those events. So urethane becomes a crucial part of pretty much everyone's bag as one of those good to have it for short, good to have it for spare type pieces of equipment. So definitely has become a mainstay, I feel, in today's current climate of the game.
Yeah. It's amazing the amount of bowling balls that come out now compared to when I was, I guess I'm 36 now, so 20 years ago, even when I was just ending my youth career, there wasn't much out there, and now every company comes out with something, every couple of months it seems like, or once a month, or
the variety is the spice of life.
Yeah. Of course, I always want them. I'm usually the worst, actually. And today, my wife texted me today and asked me if I seen a video of one of our friends that's a hammer rep. If I seen the video that he posted of the new hammer phobia ball, and I said no, I didn't think anything of it. She says, "Well, I think I want one." I just bought you a new ball 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if that means I'm a bad influence or not, but I'm going to guess probably so.
You may be, Mike. You may be, but that's there are worse things to be bad influences on. So, bowling ball purchases, that's all right. Jordan Nunn makes it 5 for 5. Michael Duran will be looking to do the same in just a moment here. Luke Bowe up on 55. Looking to bounce back after a split. Not the shot Luke was hoping for, but the result.
It works.
The result. Gotta take it. Those are USBC rules. Gotta.
I did have one of those in my third game, I will admit, of that 268. It was, other than my first ball in the 10th in the second game, it was the only errant shot. Those were the two. And I no clue what happened. I just missed bad. And it struck, and the rest of it worked out the way it was supposed to.
Now that's, I think that's, sometimes you just need that one hit to kind of loosen you up. And my first 300, I had a similar situation. I was actually helping run one of the side pots that day that we had in the league, because the guy who usually ran it was out of town, and I was kind of caught up with that and had like the front 5 or 6, and I wear a wrist support, and on the 6th shot I went up there, and I guess it wasn't very secure, and the thing just popped off. It was still connected at my hand, so it didn't fly down the lane. Ended up, thumb hung in the ball, bounced once or twice, and somehow ended up still striking. I was like, oh, okay. And then that was just the kind of, I guess, moment I needed, and then after that, things kind of worked out and ended up getting that first one. But yeah, those come and go even in events like this over the course of, especially when you get into 30 games, you're going to have your fair share of hits. Those usually get evened out with a 7-10 or a stuff 8, unfortunately. But
over the years, I've learned that you take the lucky ones, because sooner or later you're going to throw one that you feel is really, really good, and something happens to where you just don't strike.
All right, Mike, you mentioned that your daughter competes at Junior Gold. How many years has she been going now?
This will be year 3. She has already qualified for Cleveland, so this will be year 3. And she just turned 12 in November, so which is a super neat event. They do, I think, well, I guess 2 years, but the 2 years that we've gone, when we went to Chicago the first year, the feedback that I heard that it was better than the year before. And Indianapolis was much smoother and much better than Chicago was. So I think Chad and those guys that put that event together really, do a lot of work and do a good job of doing that for our youth. And it's amazing to see 3,000 and some kids walk through a convention center and a bowling alley. And
it is certainly a sight to see. And yeah, a lot of the changes made in 2016 in Indianapolis, based off feedback of 2015, some of the struggles and issues that we ran across. So that was definitely important to get those corrected and make the experience better for everyone. And glad to hear that was the case for you and your daughter and family. But yeah, did you get a chance to talk to Chad a little bit yet?
Yeah, I did.
Share
I talked
some
to him a little
Wichita
bit.
war stories, perhaps.
Yeah, he calls Kansas paradise, and I told him, well, you come back to Colorado and or go to Colorado, and that's a much more paradise than Wichita, Kansas. I loved it there. All our family is there, and I miss some of our bowling friends, and that was a lot of fun because we live in a small town now. There's not as much bowling, and so I miss that. But it's so pretty in Colorado, and it's not humid.
Not
the
humid.
Midwest
That's
is so bad for humidity.
I can attest to the humidity. Originally from Indiana, so
Yeah.
Yep. Summer's never totally too bad, but yeah, every once in a while, catch a few days where I'd be okay with no humidity. So. All right, Mike, looks like we have some scores updated through 2 games here. Got Riley Howe, 524 for his 2 games, 259, 265. Chris Vi at 513. Aaron Uradovich, 508. Mike Wolf at 503. And Marshall Kent hanging around the top 5 at 502, our defending champion here at Team Trials. Tiger Miller, who's on our feature pair, is in 6th with 487. Nick Archaki, who we just saw, at 478, tied with Steve Lemke. Craig Yamada, who we just saw too, 477. And Jacob Kirsten rounding out the top 10 at 476. So got some big scores here through 2 games.
And Mike Wolf was pretty fun to watch. I watched him a little bit in practice, and of course, I've seen him on TV, but it was fun to watch him in practice and get lined up. So that doesn't surprise me that he bowled well. And of course, I think Marshall Kent's probably one of the better, really young bowlers.
Yeah, Marshall's definitely fun to watch. And taking a look at the overall standings, we've looks like some struggles early for Jacob Butruff. He still holds the overall lead at the moment with 77 points. But Marshall Kent in 5th place, trying to run him down. He's at 80. Matt Russo at 84 points. And then there's a big drop-off after that. Andrew Kane, 117th. And Nick Pate making a big move into the top 5 at 119 points. But there's definitely a lot of moving and shaking that can go around with those, as we saw with the women's standings earlier. But let's see what Jake's doing overall here. Jacob is in 32nd place at 440, so he's bowling well. It's just
Nothing big yet.
There's a lot of people bowling well, so that's
right.
And that's what talking to Jacob yesterday. That's kind of what he's been doing all week, just shooting 220s, 230s. He hasn't had a real big set, but he hasn't had a bad set either. It's just been a lot of consistent 210, 220, 230, taking what the lane gives him, and he's hoping to make it 4 more games, improve on that, or maybe hope the folks in front of him falter a little bit. But I'm sure, knowing Jacob, he wants to out-bowl each and every one of them.
Right.
So there are standings through 2 games.
Looks like there might be some bigger scores in the last 4 games. We've seen a lot of strikes throughout, at least from what we can see right here.
That is true. We got Con Kurt, 1 pair to our right, looking to go 279, stepping up in the 10th in a moment. Then on our feature pair, we got a few guys striking. We got Jordan Nunn, Tiger Miller, Michael Duran, all off to strong starts. Chase Kaufman making a nice late run here on 53 and 54 as well.
I'm surprised we haven't seen, and Jason and I talked about this earlier, just watching here, and walking through the bowling alley for the men and seeing how many two-handed bowlers there are. I've never seen a two-handed woman bowler.
Yep, there's we definitely got quite a few here on the men's side. I'd be interested in the number if we kept that out of the 169 competitors that we started with. But yeah, it seems every game we have 1 or 2 players attacking the lanes that way, whether it's from the right side or the left side.
Yep.
But yeah, strikes is starting to add up here. Looks like Sergio's made a ball change here. He's gone to something reactive and moved
in a little bit.
Moved in about an arrow from where he was a little bit earlier in the game. All right, Jordan Nunn and Michael Duran putting up nice games here. Looks like Michael's gonna be up first, looking to make it 7 out of 8. Plus 20 after 2 games. Runs a little bit high, leaves the 6-10, but avoids the big trouble though. No split up there.
Uh-oh. Oh. He didn't like it. It didn't look like he did. Looked like he missed a little bit outside, but
that definitely got a little bit right, but Jordan, he's got a little hand though too,
yeah.
so he put it all in there and got that one back from way downtown.
Yeah, he's the one of the ones earlier that's probably been playing that big hook since the beginning, and not that I've seen a lot of them doing it, but it's there for some of them.
Well, we saw players get pretty. So we got a Chase Kaufman, not quite ready yet, so he'll makes a smart move and backs up and will reset, but. On the 40-foot Athens pattern, we saw the righties get pretty far left. So, with it being a foot shorter, we'll have to wait and see. Fire is the Kegel conditioner being used for this block as well, so that tends to break down a little bit quicker than ice. So we'll see how much that comes into play as well as we get down the road here. This is game number 3 of 6 at the final round of men's qualifying at the 2017 USBC Team USA Trials and US Amateur Championships. We appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm Aaron Smith, being joined by Mike Honeycutt, our winner of the Core Team USA Media Package. Mike's had the opportunity to come into town here yesterday, got to see the final women's block, and getting to enjoy everything behind the scenes here today on Sunday as well. And now we'll get to see Jordan one more time here. Nails it.
That one was a lot better. He liked that one much better.
So 9 for 9. So this is our second opportunity today here on Bowl TV to see players step up in the 10th frame with a chance to do something big. Rebecca Gotterbarn delivered all 12 to kick things off this morning. Now we'll have another opportunity. Jordan Nunn looking to connect and get back to plus. So if you're online, be sure to share the news. Looks like we got some Jordan Nunn fans in the chat room as well, so let everyone know you're watching. Facebook, on Twitter. We're going to have a big moment here on Bowl TV. All done on 53 and 54. Chase Kaufman, a nice 225 to lead the way.
That's an interesting lead.
You don't get to see that one very often. The 3, 6, 8, 10, unless something was moved off spot.
Yeah, that's not something that you see every day, I don't think.
We'll have to go back to the replay on that one and just take a look.
Ball looks like it just hooked right by the 8-pin when it went through the nose.
We'll see the strategy here at picking this up. Sends the 3 around the 8. So Michael opening the 9th, but he can still get to 231 this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't hook at that a little bit. And I could be wrong on that strategy, but that's just personally what I would think you would do.
Yeah, that's, once again, something you don't see very often, so you would think might be able to kick into it, but
I guess my thought process is you hit the outside of the 3-pin for a strike ball, and you split the 8-9 for a strike ball, so but he didn't miss it by much.
Sent the 3 flying around the 8-pin. So we get ready for game 4 over on 53 and 54. Our next group, Tristan Lyon, Jacob Klein, Daniel Bolin, and Michael Martell. And after Tyler finishes up his 9th frame here, we'll get to see Jordan live on Bowl TV, working on 9 consecutive strikes.
Somebody shot 257 to get to 97 over on 57. Or is that with their score added in?
That's a good question. That might be to have gotten to
Plus 40.
To plus 40 since everyone's done it. Usually adds up pretty quickly afterwards, so. All right, first one in the 10th. Take the hits when you can get them.
Yep. I always think the first one in the 10th is the hardest. For me it is. After that, I just go up there and throw the last 2. There's just a lot of waiting and thinking between 9 and 10.
And now it's time for action. Jordan Nunn getting the hit.
This will be third one on sport.
Looking to make it 11 in a row.
Got a chance.
Another mixer. Big round of applause. Big smile, too, for Jordan.
People behind us yelling ball change. It's a good time for it.
Always helps to get more information. I
Yeah.
think we got some family and friends behind us, though, trying to help Jordan loosen up for this final shot. Looking for the first 300 of the day. Jordan Nunn. Crosses over and wobbles, but 10 pin doesn't fall, though. 299. Congratulations, Jordan Nunn. Great run for us here on Bowl TV. Awesome game for Jordan. That's going to be a big jump for him in the standings, too, going from minus 60 into the plus 30s. But the fun was in the ride there, though. So
Yeah.
Jordan Nunn giving each and every one of us something to smile about here. Making a great run, falling just short. 300, 299 for that young man.
I think he was a little nervous on that one.
Telling the family and friends back there, we're shaking a little bit.
Yep.
But the big smile on the face. Got to enjoy the ride, and he did. That was awesome. Congratulations to Jordan. How about Tiger Miller here, putting together another nice game.
Yep.
It's going to be possibly 740s here with another strike. Putting on a great show here in the early going. Tiger's second shot of the 10th. Pretty good. Don't shoot 740 when you're throwing them bad, so
Yep.
that's Tiger delivering once again. So got some big scores here. 299, Jordan Nunn. Tiger Miller in the 250s. Luke Bowe, 227. Michael Duran, 219. So we'll let Tiger finish up here. Then we'll take a quick break as we wait for Game 4 on 55 and 56. Already underway on 53 and 54. Tristan Lyon, Jacob Klein, Daniel Bolin, and Michael Martell. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Mike Honeycutt, our core Team USA media package winner. Enjoying all the behind-the-scenes action here. That's what you get when you subscribe for the core. Get a lot of content that most folks don't get to see, and even less get to see it up close like Mike. So we appreciate you making it out here, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to watching the step ladder finals tonight and the announcement of the coaches' choices for Team USA. I know that'll be a lot of fun for some, the folks that get picked, and I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, real neat to see.
Definitely an emotional moment, too,
Yeah,
for those folks,
sure.
especially for someone getting the nod for the first time. There's always obviously the waiting game, but yeah, that first nomination, always something special. So definitely going to be a great moment, and we're going to have it on Bowl TV as well. So we'll take a quick break as Game 4 gets underway. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV. Thanks for stopping by. All right, moving along in game number 4 on 53 and 54, already preparing for frame number 5. Getting going on 55 and 56. James Grago III, far right of your screen. Got the big backswing. Grago actually led the final day at team trials last year. Tanner Space will be up next. Andrew Letcher up on 55. Good to see Hunter Kempton and Ken Hayasi Fong as well. Michael Martell with 5 in a row to start. Talented left-hander competing for Robert Morris, Illinois in the collegiate scene. Jacob Klein, a collegiate competitor at Lindenwood University. Looks like Tristan might be the highest overall competitor here in day number 5, at least within viewing distance, plus 83 at the moment. Some early struggles though, a few miscues. But covers the spare in the 6th. 6 for 6 for Michael Martell. Some struggles in the early going, but 237 last game and 6 in a row to start here in game 4. Once again, the big finale today, game 6. Or I should say the big finale of this block. We have multiple finales today. The end of the men's block, we'll have our top 10 competitors starting the day right here on Bowl TV in front of us. That group includes Jacob Butruff, Matt Russo, Stephen Bodavinik, A.J. Johnson, Marshall Kent, A.J. Chapman, Andrew Kane, Nick Crummell, Cortez Schenk, and Nick Pate. They will all be here on Bowl TV in Game 6. At 10:30 p.m. Eastern, it'll be time for the U.S. Amateur Step Ladder Finals. We'll move some cameras around to make that happen. We've been on 53 through 56 all week. The semifinals will actually be on 57, 58, and 51 and 52. And then we'll move the pairs inside after that. And then finally, the grand finale, the introduction of Team USA and Junior Team USA for 2017. Great shot in the 8th frame from Mike Martell. Just rings the 7-pin. Jacob Klein throwing exploding messengers there for the double. Michael Martell going to put together a nice effort here. In game number 4, and as soon as we have an update on standings, we will I'll gladly let everyone know. I'm looking forward to receiving them as well, so as soon as you know, I know, and we will pass them along. Martell is going to get to plus this game. Make it a big change in games 3 and 4 to get there. .257 for Martell. Possibly paving the way for Matt Russo and Jacob Butruff a little bit later, 2 games from now. Hitting lanes 53 and 54. Granted, they probably did not get to see this performance, but saw a lot of strikes coming from the left side, courtesy of Martell. And we'll have 2 more lefties coming here in game 5. Ryan Leiterbach and Kenny Ryan. They'll be joined by Joshua Pate and Brandon Novak. So got a pretty good group here. Pate, Leiterbach, and Ryan, all collegiate players. Kenny Ryan at Robert Morris, Illinois. Hopefully got some good information from his teammate Michael Martell on this pair. Leiterbach at Notre Dame, Ohio. Josh Pate with Wisconsin Whitewater. We've talked about the Pate family a little bit this week. Josh has his brother and sister competing as well. Lauren Pate, I believe, was just missed out on an automatic spot for the junior team. And Nick in contention. We'll see him in game 6 over on 55 and 56. And my apologies on the last name pronunciation. It's Ryan Leiterbach. So thank you for the correction there. Always appreciated. We talked about 3 of the guys. We didn't talk about Brandon Novak, though. Very talented player out of Ohio. He's been making his name known on the national stage. Had a big 2016. Captured the regular all events title at the USBC Open Championships in Reno, Nevada. And made a wave at the most recent World Series of Bowling, making a TV show. First opportunity for a lot of folks to see Mr. Novak in person. We have standings updated after 3 games now. Mike Wolf has moved into the daily lead, 751 for his 3 games. Riley Howe drops to second with 749. Tiger Miller, who we just saw, 742. Chris Fye, our defending U.S. Amateur Champion, 739. Marshall Kent staying consistent in 5th place, 737. Matthew O'Grady in 6th, 734. Kyle King in 7th, 714. Craig Yamada, 713. Nick Pate, 712. And Steve Smith at 710 to round out the top 10 after three games. Total of 14 players plus 100 or better. Jacob Butruff made a move that game, shot 249, so he's in back in a little bit more comfortable position. 61 overall points. Matt Russo moves back into second with 75. So they're actually right next to each other in the standings at the moment. So Butruff is 16th with 689. Russo in 17th at 687. So Russo would need a big finish to get to the lead, and hope Jacob stayed right around there if he was to take the title. Sitting in third, Marshall Kent at 80 points, and then there's some separation between the rest of the field. A.J. Johnson currently holding on to that 4th and final spot for the guaranteed selection with 111 points. Kyle King, 115, and Nick Pate, 116. Andrew Anderson, 133. Chris Barnes making a jump into the top 10. In 8th at 138, Andrew Kane, 142, and Chris Fye rounds out the top 10 at the moment with 145 ranking points. For the U.S. Amateur at the moment, it would be Russo, Kyle King, and Nick Pate, with Andrew Anderson being the first player out. And currently for the junior team, it would be Matt Russo by a mile over the rest of the competition. He's pretty much a guarantee to make the junior team if he just bowls these last 3 games. He's that far ahead at the moment. Cortez Schenk has dropped a few spots. He's tied with Jacob Kirsten with 167 points, and Riley Howe has moved into the 4th spot with 172. First player out, Brian Halen with 185. Richard Paul III at 198. Brendan Biano, 199. Brian Burgett, 204. And Ken McFalls, 205. So a lot of separation there on the youth side. That possibly means an opportunity for a lot of players to make a big jump in the standings as well. When you're further down, a big final game or two can really push you up the ladder. If you're near the top, you have to keep bowling well, and your points are kind of maxed out at that point. But that's what it's all about. Nice finish here for Hunter Kempton. 5 in a row to save 200. Tanner Spacey, 212. Hayasi Fong can get to 202 with 3 strikes in the 10th. There's one of them. question in the chat about Andrew Anderson. At the moment, Andrew is 21st after 3 games with 680. He's in the top 10 overall. Currently in 7th with 133 points. He's also the first player outside of the top 3 for the U.S. Amateur. 17 points behind Nick Pate at the moment. So we're just getting ready for 5 on 55 and 56. I'm going to guess we're going to be done for a while on 53 and 54 after this. We've had all pairs of 4, so they've bowled considerably quicker. Kenny Ryan getting in, wheeling and dealing. Two-time Junior Team USA member looking to get a spot through the National Selection Committee. Game 5 underway. 55 and 56, we have Ryan Winters, Dakota Vostri, Duran Booker, Darren Tang, and Steve Lemke. Duran leading the way, plus 125. Everyone on this group is, actually everyone on this pair plus heading into game 5. Steve Lemke playing outside still. We've seen most of the righties make the jump left, but Steve plus 93, averaging almost 225 a game. Can't knock it if it's working. So Steve, the head coach of Stephen F. Austin, helped lead the Lady Jacks to NCAA title in 2016 after a runner-up finish in 2015. Please remember to visit bowl.com/Team USA Trials for everything you need to know about the event, including results, lane assignments, the oil patterns throughout the week. We'll have a recap on bowl.com later tonight. Marshall Kent making a walk over here, trying to get some information. He'll be bowling on 53 and 54 next game. Ryan Winters, another representative of Wisconsin Whitewater. So him and Josh Pate, collegiate teammates. Could be same for Kenny Ryan and Dakota Vostry. No dab for Kenny this time. Darren Tang. Much like Brandon Novak had a big World Series of Bowling last month. Made the finals of the Cheetah Championships, where he lost to Mike Wolf, who's also in the field this week. Mike actually leading through 3 games. Darren, a collegiate standout at San Jose State. I think it'll be interesting here for the left-handers coming to '53 and '54. We've had them playing a little bit deeper. We'll see what Jacob and Matt Russo have been doing coming up next game, but see if they're playing in as well. I'm talking to Matt Russo. We had him here on Bowl TV yesterday and today, but Matt was talking a little bit about just the thought of urethane was going to be the answer, and we'll get to see that next game. Both him and Jacob have been bowling well today. So we'll see how much this traffic plays into this final game. All right, folks, took a walk down to where our feature pairs are at for game number 6. And they are in the 4th frame for coming up on 53 and 54, so that one's going to be a while coming. So we'll just be on 53 and 55 and 56 for the time being. We'll go ahead and adjust the camera a little bit here so we can get 57 and 58 since we got no bowling going on due to some stuff set up for U.S. Amateur later tonight. We'll only have the one scoreboard though, so I'll give recaps for all those folks as that's going on. So we'll go ahead and get that adjusted in just a moment here. All right, cameras adjusted, game 5. We still have 55 and 56. And we'd like to welcome Anthony Najokas, Matthew Farber, Andrew Heritage, who's up right now on lane 57, Aaron Uradovich, and Rick McCormick to Bowl TV. Najokas is minus 29 heading into the 5th game. Farber plus 50, Heritage minus 51, Uradovich plus 114, and Rick McCormick is at plus 77. As far as the scores on 57 and 58, there's Anthony Najokas on 58. We use the 4-pin He was working on a strike in the 5th, had 63 in the 4th. Aaron Uradovic started with 4 in a row, getting ready to bowl on 57, but had a split in the 5th frame. He's got 116 for Matt Farber. Strike, open, double, 9 spare. Andrew Heritage, 76 in the 5th after that split. And Rick McCormick, the only player clean on the spare. Strike, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, strike through 5. Cole in the chat is correct. Entries are limited to the first 175, so it usually opens later in the year, so not open yet. But if you follow the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, we'll let you know. Great shot from Dakota there to make it 6 out of 7. Very few requirements to bowl team trials. Just have to be a USBC member in good standing, and all participants must be U.S. citizens and eligible to compete on Team USA in accordance with Olympic Charter Rule number 41, the nationality of competitors. And to qualify for the junior team, participants must be 20 or younger as of January 1st, 2017. Andrew Heritage, nice shot there, bouncing back from the split, part of the Calumet College bowling program. I already mentioned a few of the collegiate players on 55 and 56. Aaron Uradovic. Actually got a video of him on the Facebook page I just mentioned, Sport of Bowling USBC. If you pick few videos of him and Andrew Anderson throwing some strikes. So be sure to check that out. Looking to make it 6 out of 7. Matthew Farber is a past junior Team USA member. Now have an update through 4. Chris Vi making a run here in 2017. Final day. New leader at 1,003 for 4 games, 250.75 average. He's ahead of Matt O'Grady, who's a few pairs to our left. We started off with 5 in a row before sparing the 6th. OG at 976. Richard Paul III, who had a 300 game yesterday, moving up the last few games. He's in 3rd with 960. Riley Ho, 958. Craig Yamada, 953. Brian Halen and Kyle King at 948. Marshall Kent, 941 at 8th. Tiger Miller, 936. Chris Barnes rounds out the top 10 at 934. Jacob Butruff is holding pace at 912. He's in 19th. Matt Russo fell a few spots that game, so take a look at the overalls, see if they're updated as well. Jacob still in the lead after 4, 64 points. Marshall Kent now in 2nd, 83. Matt Russo drops to 3rd, 95. Andrew Kane making a big jump into 4th, 112. What did Andrew do that game? He was a few spots back, so we'll take a quick look. Kane jumped to 29th place after 248. He has 881 total. Kyle King is 5th at 114 points. A.J. Johnson 6th, 115. Cortez Schenk, 118. Nick Pate at 122. Andrew Anderson, 126. And Chris Barnes at 137. Chris Vi, who we mentioned, leading at the moment. He can max out at 142 points, currently in 11th. For the U.S. Amateur right now, it's Russo, King, and Cortez Schenk. For the junior team, Russo, Schenk, Brandon Biondo, and Riley Howe. Brian Halen back in the mix, just 4 points behind Briley. Kendon McFalls, Jacob Kirsten, and Richard Paul III also in distance. RP3, however, can only move up 2 more spots and get to 184 points, so he would need some help to earn that spot on the junior team. Ryan Winters made a great run in junior gold this past year, finishing in tie for 3rd place in the under 20 division. So he made his way to the collegiate ranks, as we mentioned, making his way to Wisconsin Whitewater. Also was the National High Average Award winner during the 2015-2016 season for youth males. I believe the number was 241 for the season. That's a lot of striking. So all the excitement coming up next, folks. Final game of men's qualifying at the 2017 USBC Team USA Trials and US Amateur Championships. Big shout out to Logo Infusion and Hager Clothing for their continued support as the proud sponsors of the Team USA and Junior Team USA program. We are at Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center. Matthew O'Grady still rolling, 7 out of 8. This is the 9th frame over on 57 and 58. Matt Farber sets it up. He can strike out for 226. Riley Howe and Brian Halen bowling on the same pair, fighting for that final spot. They're over on 47 and 48, I believe. All right, so getting ready for the 10th over on 57-58. Anthony Najokis can strike out to get to 167. Matthew Farber, 226. Aaron Uradovich still has 246 available. Rick McCormick can get to 218. This is Andrew Heritage. His 9th frame takes the 1. He can strike out to get to 182. See AJ Chapman walking over, so that pair may be just about done. Cortez Schenk making his way over, so 55 and 56 should be a pretty quick transition. There's Jacob Butruff, so looks like we might be starting everything at the same time here for the 6th and final game. Standings are updated through 4. As soon as we have them for 5, we'll let you know, but Jacob Kirsten not within viewing sight of where we're at right now, so no updates on how his current game is going. He has 857 for his first 4 games, sitting in 40th for the day. He has 185 points overall. He is currently the 3rd youth player out of the top 4 that get automatic bids. So Jacob's going to need a strong finish here and possibly a little bit of help too. .245 for Dakota Vostri, nice game. Ryan Winters 212. Anthony Najokas finishes up with 156. This is the fill ball for Aaron Uradovic for 246. That'll be 242. That'll get him to plus 156. Duran gets to 194. He'll give a few pins back. Plus 119. Nine pin for Farber, just toying with him there. Pick it up and strike for 206. It's Rick McCormick can get to 218 with 3 strikes. Steve Lemke, 193. He'll give a few pins back. Get to plus 86. Rick McCormick finishes with 186. Looks like 204 for Matthew Farber. 182 the max for Andrew Heritage. Final shot Darren Tang for 180. Question in the chat, how many are selected outside the top 4 for the junior team? A total of 2. So 4 automatic spots, 2 from the selection committee. And we will be turning the cameras back to our featured pairs. Just wanted to get you some extra bowl in here. While 53 and 54 was already done, so we'll start the process of moving the cameras back in just a moment. That'll be game 6. Final game of qualifying here. 2017 Team USA Trials. All right, folks, this is the moment we've been waiting for here in qualifying. Game 6. The final game here, the 2017 Team USA Trials. U.S. Amateurs coming up in 2 hours from now. Officially 7:30 local time here. 10:30 p.m. Eastern is the scheduled start time, which by all accounts should not be a problem to start. But here we are. Jacob Butruff, Matt Russo, Stephen Badavinik, AJ Johnson, and Marshall Kent on 53 and 54. AJ Chapman, Andrew Kane, Nick Krummel, Cortez Schenk, and Nick Pate on 55 and 56. Marshall Kent went 290 last game to get to plus 231. Now the fun part, we'll get to see where Marshall is playing. We've got to see him in Game 6 a few days here. There's our first look at Russo rocking the Ninja Turtles jersey. Runs through the beak. He'll have to have that 8-pin respot. So we'll get that 8-pin respot. Nick Pate having a big day, plus 191. Cortez Schenk, plus 155. Marshall Kent looks like he has overtaken Chris Vi. Vi at plus 219. Seen a lot of talent all day, but the accomplishments within for these 10 players could take a while to get through. As Kent delivers the strike. Marshall Kent most recently was a top seed at the U.S. Open, ended up falling to Francois Lavoie in the championship match. Marshall with it. Pair of PBA titles. Jacob Butruff had a breakout year in 2016, looking to continue that momentum. Great shot to kick things off there. 2 titles for him and a record at 9 regionals in the season. Nick Krummel, past All-American, former Junior Team USA member. Stephen Badavinik at plus 30. He's had a fantastic event so far. Looking for a big finish here to get back into the mix of things. AJ Chapman, collegiate champion at Wichita State. Shot 1566 for 6 games during round 3. Things not going his way today, though, as well. Plus 35. looking for a big finish here. There's an 8-pin for Russo, matching the 9-pin of Chapman. Russo, a 2016 Junior Team USA member, collegiate standout at Weber International. Cortez Schenk. Name we've been saying for a long time, but he's still just a young man, a under 15 winner at Junior Gold a few years back. A.J. Johnson, also a Junior Gold champion, collegiate standout, was the top seed at the 2015 USBC Masters. Recently had a nice run at the World Series of Bowling. As we mentioned, Marshall Kent going 290 last game. Here's Andrew Kane, Team USA member in 2016, gets the kick. Past USBC president. Looking to make it back-to-back years. It had been his last time on Team USA was 2005 before last year. Nick Pate, another collegiate standout. He took his talents to Midland, where he was the 2015 ITC Most Valuable Player, helping Midland to a runner-up finish. Having a great day, plus 191. He was also our opening round leader on the 35-foot Los Angeles pattern. Appreciate everybody joining us here for the last game. Some of the biggest numbers we've seen all week, and we hope they're even bigger. Starting at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals, followed immediately by the introduction of Team USA and Junior Team USA in 2017. See, looking around us, Kyle King plus 138. Alex George, a few pairs to left, plus 174. Richard Paul III, plus 196. Chris Barnes, plus 172. Steve Smith, 121. Double J, John Janwich, plus 153. Chris Vi, 219. Those are all over numbers. So that'll play into factor as well. Russo connects for his first strike here in Game 6. Early three-bagger for Chris Vi to start. Here's our leader after 4. Appreciate the kind words in the chat, Dom. Thanks for tuning in all week. AJ Chapman getting behind the ball return here. So we wait for a 10-pin for Marshall. Over on 53. Trouble for Chapman. Question about Steve Smith, plus 121. You started with a spare, followed by 2 strikes here in Game 6. Great shot there for Steven. It's actually minus after 4. Shot 232 last game, so looking for a big finish here once again to get back into the mix. Marshall not happy with that one. Kyle Sherman plus 76. He is 3 for 3. In this game. Kane mixes them up. 4 out of 5. So Andrew had a big finish last year as well to cement his spot. Got an automatic bid onto Team USA. No doubter there from AJ. There's Nick Pate. Andrew Anderson at plus 93. 1 pair to our left. Still waiting for standings through 5 at the moment. Andrew with an open in the first, strike in the second, spare in frame 3. Once again, the top 4 in the standings after it's all said and done. We'll earn automatic spots on Team USA for the youth players as well. Top 4 earn their spot onto the team. Butruff getting the hit. Halfway home. I have to think we just need to avoid disaster down the stretch here, and he'll be the 2017 Team Trials champion. Just continue the steady pace he's had all week. Just a few frames away now from clinching. Five for 5, Chris Fye. Andrew Kane, 5 out of 6. This is the 6th game. These players have been paired together on the 39-foot Seoul World Bowling pattern. You can see different strategies for you guys still using urethane on both the right and the left side. You guys have moved in considerably. Just showing the variety of angles that can be attacked in this situation, what players are comfortable with, especially needing a big final day here. 6 for 6, Chris Fye. Hitting our best numbers of the week. A big thanks to everyone for joining us here for the 6th and final game, 30th of the week on the men's side. We already know our team trials champion for the women, Erin McCarthy. Now Jacob Butruff just a few frames away. It would appear to be wrapping up the title on the men's side. Shout out to Tom Zeller in the chat. Joining all the way from Michigan. Absolutely right in the chat there, Jim. Steve, a phenomenal week. Looking for some more magic here in the final game, off to a solid start through 5. Question about Kyle King, plus 138. He went strike, spare, spare, 3-bagger through 6. As Steve connects for 4 in a row. Washout for Chris Vi in the 7th frame after the front 6. Nice bounce back shot there from AJ. Nick Pate can get to 245 still. Cortez Schenk 237. 208 max for AJ Chapman. 233 for Andrew Kane. Nick Crummell 3 in a row after 4 consecutive 9 spares. Can get to 257 still. Matt Russo with the double. He can't believe it. All right, frame number 9. Just about over on 57-58. Crummel and Pate still left to go. A.J. Johnson back-to-back splits on the right lane. They're coming in light, leaving a 2-4-10. Going through the nose, Crummel can get to 234. From all accounts, the overall lead most likely will fall in the hands of either Marshall Kent or Chris Vi. Nick Pate can put some pressure on here. But need to really strike out from there. Vi can still shoot 259 this game. He was 12 pins behind Marshall. Yowza. That earns the multiple thumbs up. Speaking of thumbs up, we got our biggest numbers of the week. If you like what you're seeing, go ahead and click that thumbs up. Let us know we're doing a good job here on Bowl TV. Please subscribe to Bowl TV as well when you get done here. Of course, we'll have a recap of all the excitement of team trials on bowl.com later tonight. You can find those also. Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page, at USBC on Twitter. So Chris Vi, 8 out of 9, stepping up into the 10th. This again could shoot 259. Max score for Marshall Kent, 228. So Vi can win the day. Well, one of the problems with not having score is folks outside of it. Matt O'Grady plus 242. That's why the crowd is getting loud down there. O'Grady has started with 3 spares and then rattled off a 3-bagger. So he still has 260 out there. Steven Bodavinik, after 4 games, once again apologize for not having scores through 5. Was in 96th place at -2. He went 232 last game and is 4 strikes away from getting to 280. How big of a jump will that be? Steve was in 3rd overall. Heading into today. Big shot for Russo to set 217, his max score. Chris Vi going to be in the 250. He's going to put some pressure here on Matt O'Grady, a few pairs to our right to lead the day. But right now, this is the 10th frame. This is victory lap time for Jacob Butruff. By all accounts, so we're still waiting on scores, but he's going to be our Team USA Trials champion. Showing the emotion, knowing that this is the moment. The consistency has paid off all week. And 2017 starting off just as well as 2016 ended for him. These players getting some well-deserved applause from all across. Nick Pate finishes 214. He'll get to plus 205. Chris Vi did finish with 259. He'll be at plus 278 for the day. Badavinik connects once again. Final shot here of the 2017 Team USA Trials, but 8-pin or not, that's your moment, Jacob Butruff. Enjoy it, young man. Just walked past the live stream booth. Big sigh of relief. Just an amazing performance for the last 5 days. Still a lot to be decided here as far as those top 4 spots. Russo and Kent bowling well enough here to where they are looking good. That 4th automatic spot certainly up for grabs. Andrew Kane finishes up 233. Will that be enough for him to get back into it? A lot of respect amongst all these competitors here this week. .206 AJ Chapman to get to plus 41. Cortez Schenk get to plus 183 with 214. Nick Crummel can get to 230, 234. Matt O'Grady still striking. He now knows what he needs to do to take the overall lead. All right, we now have standings up. Through 5 games. Your top 3 up by quite a bit. Cortez Schenk had moved into the 4th spot overall, ahead of Andrew Kane. Will it be enough? 233 in the final game. Steven Badavinik had moved into 64th place. He was sitting 10th overall. This might be for the U.S. Amateur as well to get into that step ladder. Gets it. Shows the emotion. Deserves to show the emotion after this run he's putting on his final 2 games. Big first strike. Can he do it again? At the moment, Butruff in 9th at 127 points, but definitely has the most to gain here. But it's just a question of how many spots can he make up. The U.S. Amateur currently was sitting Russo, Schenk, and Nick Pate at 78 points, 106 points, and 112. Kyle King shot 213 that game to get to 151 over. He was 8 points off the pace. But now the waiting game, how many spots can Steven jump up here already? And what does one more strike mean here to the overall end of the day standings? Steve Smith finished up with 217 that game to get to plus 138. Can Steven Butruff continue to ride the wave here? Looking to get into the 270s. That was left off his hand. Going to be in the 260s. 268 with the spare to get to plus 98. Marshall Kent finishes 208. Not going to do too much damage there. I think those top 3 pretty safe. Jacob Butruff, Team USA Trials champion. Big 268. What a final game performance. Steven Butruff, well-deserved round of applause. Has had a phenomenal week. Will it be enough? Some consoling words there from Marshall Kent. These guys all know what this week is like. Awesome moment there. Awesome moment in general. That's going to do it for men's competition here at the Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Qualifying. We're going to turn the cameras off before we know. We still got some folks. One of the reasons why we got the scores late is some folks quite a bit behind here. Still in the middle of Game 6. So here's what I'm going to suggest everyone do is hang out for a little bit, wait for the updates on the official Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page and Twitter as well, at USBC. That's what we're going to get the quickest updates at. Since we're going to turn the cameras off, start preparing for the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals coming up in a little less than, or a little more than an hour. About an hour and 20 minutes away, 80 minutes. So 10:30 p.m. Eastern, the start of that. We know the 3 on the girls' side. That'll be Sydney Brummett taking on Stephanie Zavala in the opening match. Winner facing Julia Bond for the U.S. Amateur title. We'll have to wait and see on the men's side, but Facebook, Twitter, that's where you'll find out first. So go there. We're going to turn the cameras off for a little bit, start preparing for the U.S. Amateur. Keep an eye on Facebook and Twitter for breaking news coming up next. But that's going to do it for now. Thanks again, everyone. We'll be back once again about 80 minutes from now for the U.S. Amateur. So we're signing off. Thanks for joining us. I'm Aaron Smith. Let's do this again in just a little bit. Thanks again.